Hey guys, I'm back with another tutorial, and in this tutorial we'll be building food ordering app, full stack app using MERN Stack. So a quick overview of the page. So we are gonna have a home page where we have some like hero image and the description. Then we're gonna have a preview of some of the products and an option to add the product in the cart, and then cart gets updated here. Some about section, footer, and separately we also do have a menu page that includes all products categorized into different categories, and so we can navigate in between these tabs in here, see the product name, description, pricing, also image, and the option to add to cart. So once we add the product to the cart, we can navigate to cart. This also contains like has 3 sections. One is just for the summary of all the items you have ordered. You also have the option to change the quantity. Next up we have this form where you like fill out your information, and we're gonna set some of the fields required. So for example, street address would be required. So once we put that in, next up we have this payment, which I integrated Stripe to use it, and so filling out some of the payment information in here and making a payment, and we get that payment was successful. Also the cart got updated. So, and these are some of the concepts that you're going to learn throughout this tutorial. This is only some of them. There's definitely going to be more, but starting off with state management, we're going to be using Redux, and since we want to make asynchronous requests, it will be also redux-thunk as a middleware, and Redux also has some of the new packages, so we're going to use some of the functions from there. We will also create custom hooks and reusable components so that we easily pick the UI components and reuse them throughout the website, and they're also easily customizable. We're going to use CLSX package for setting like variants to components, also setting up routers and pages, Express server, creating modules, queries using mongoose. Also, the database would be MongoDB, and authentication. For the authentication, this is login page, this is sign up page, and going on from here, test 1, 2, 3, registering, login, and then we have the option to log out. So the first step would be creating React app using this create react-app command and giving our app any name that we want. And once this loads, we will just cd into the project and start the React app. So our app is loaded, and for routing we're going to be using this React router DOM package. So just copying the name here, and I'm going to install it into our project. So npm install and the name. As for the CSS library, I'll be using Tailwind and also following their documentation as to how to set up Tailwind with create React app. So let's go ahead, install these dependencies, and once they're ready, we're gonna follow this command that's gonna start the Tailwind and also automatically create Tailwind config file. Third step, as they indicate here, we have to update the config file and indicate the content. And the final step would be to import Tailwind in our main CSS file, which is index.css. So here at the top, we're gonna paste their modules, so for styling. So let's copy this and see if the styles are actually applied. I'm gonna delete this automatically generated code from when creating React app. Right now, let's go ahead and update some of the main app.css stylings. Starting off in our index.css file, I'm just gonna add box sizing border box. So it takes, when sizing the elements, it takes the margin of padding into consideration and setting padding of the body to 0. In app.css, this I'm going to delete this extra code that was also generated when we created the React app. And after that, this applying styling to everything is selected by this star. We're gonna set margin and padding to 0. And once again, set box sizing to border box. Now for the body, we want overflow on X to be like hidden so that it doesn't go on the sides and we don't have this scroll bar for the side. Also, root element, we want the height to stretch all the way to 100%. And for the app itself, which comes in React, comes after the root, that would be height also 100% viewport and background color black, as you can see on the screen. So now let's create a new folder for components, and in this components folder, let's work on header.js. So we do have already installed routes and we do have styling installed, so we can go ahead and create the header. So export constant header, and this is gonna return just like the nav tag, nav HTML tag. Next steps would be to create a container where we would add all the image for the logo and also the links for like our navigation. So starting off with logo, here we have a class name logo wrapper, and inside we have this image element. For the image source, I'm gonna put in the project the images. But before I have that, I'm just gonna leave it as empty. So moving on to the next div, we have just the menu wrapper where we would include all the links. And for the links, we are gonna use the router package that we just installed. But before we do that, I'm just gonna comment out and create divs. So we'll have two pages in here, home and about page. So now to update the styling, the good thing about Tailwind is that we just need to, most of the times, we only need to update the class names and the styling would be applied. So in here, container, we want its width to be full. We want its margin to be auto, so it's like centered. Also display to be flex and flex wrap. Centering items vertically as well, so that would be the item center. And justify content, we want to set to in between so that items stretch out on each side. So the space in between is maximized. And the margin top, we want it to be 0. As for paddings, we're gonna have 2 paddings on like each side, the size of 2. That's what 2 determines. As for the logo wrapper, we're gonna add padding to the left for it's also flex, and it's gonna center the items. Let's move on to this menu wrapper. Here we want also flex to center the items, justify also in the between, and space X determines the space in between the items. And after this, I'm creating another div. This div would hold not only like the navigation items, but also like authentication buttons, for example, login, go to your card, sign up. So also until I set up routing and the links, I'm just gonna use divs for demonstration, and later on we're gonna update to actually use the link component from React Router DOM. We haven't imported header yet, so let's do that right now. And going to remove this extra code here. Okay. So now let's set up navigation. For that, I'm gonna create a new folder, name that folder navigation. And inside that folder, we're gonna have index.js file where we're gonna set up all the routes and links. So first off, importing all the elements from React Router package that we're gonna need to set up the navigation. So that would be browser router, also routes and the route. And here we start creating our component, naming it navigation. So first we need to wrap the whole component into browser router, and then afterwards we can have header at the top so that it shows up on every page and we don't have to like include it on each of the pages separately. So that's pretty convenient. And then so inside the routes is gonna be all the content that's gonna be changing based on which page we have landed on. So if, for example, if we want to header, footer, that would be included in here. Let's also add an export statement so that we are able to export it into our app.js file. And now let's go ahead and create a new folder where we're going to be saving all the pages. So I'm just going to create all the folders also for the pages that we're going to be using throughout the project, because then it would be easier to just go to that page and then update once we build out the components. So doing that right now, we are going to have cart page, home page, login menu, payment success, and register. And each single one of them, we're going to need index.js file that's going to include all the logic and code for that specific page. So going over all this like folders inside pages and creating that index.jsx files. And for now, we're gonna leave those files almost empty. We're just gonna initialize components inside them, give them the name of the page, and then in the code it would be empty until we go back and build out the pages. This is just to make sure that our like navigation is working, and then we'll move on afterwards to building this pages itself, like the contents of it. So home, just like on each single one of them, changing the names. And once we have that, we're gonna move back to our navigation file and start to import all of these pages. Okay, so once we have the pages imported, this is where the fun part starts, where we finally get to create the routes. So that would be all the routes, like the list of it would be wrapped into this routes tag. and every single one of route would be starting with route, and then we have the path. Path would determine which, if we go to that URL, which component we want to display. So for the main path, we're gonna have home page, and then following by each single one of, like, based on what the name of the page is, we're gonna make path very similar so it's easily readable for other developers and also for users. It makes sense. So menu would display menu, register, and etc. Now we need to, in order to make use of this navigation that we just created, we need to import that into our main JS file, which is app.js. So let's go ahead, import it at the top, and instead of other code, let's switch it up with navigation. So for the Tailwind styling, it was actually not showing up, and I had to restart the npm start. So I had to quit by Control-C and then npm start again. So React app restarted just because Tailwind comes with its own config, so it takes one reload for it to show up. But it's here now. So let's go ahead and check what we have for our navigation. So we have header at the top. And so in terms of updating the header, I added this assets folder of all the icons, images, and fonts that I'll be using. You guys can add any that you like, or you can also copy this from the GitHub repo, and I have URL indicated in the description. So what I'm gonna do is I want to update the images in here. So I'm gonna import first this image that I'll be using as a logo. And also another icon, not the image that I'll be using, is for the card. So I'm importing that as well. And since we already created like navigation, we can also set up our links to the respective pages. So it would be anywhere that we want to have a link, we would create this link using the link tag imported from React Router DOM, indicate the path, and inside the link we can have either just the text, button, image, doesn't really matter, anything that leads to that page. So I'm gonna update the source of this image to the image that I just imported, and add some styling in case we want to, below the image, we want to have also text of the website or the company. Then I'm gonna add some styling to this link so that the text shows up at the right color, which would be white, and also it shows up as like a big text and it doesn't come with the underline, because that's how links usually automatically have underlines in the browsers. Also setting font to bold and text to large, and on the large screens we're gonna have even larger text. Now let's move on to this other side of the menu and update links as well, and give the class names and make this text bigger. And once we have that, let's update this auth links. So we're gonna pass in, this is gonna go to the cart, and also updating the card icon in here, and instead creating like a image. So this will go to the login page that we created, and this will go to the register page. And let's give it this alt prop, otherwise it would give us warning. So going to also indicate the links for home and about. About actually is not gonna be a new page. It's only gonna be on the home page, but below it's gonna be a section. So I'm gonna indicate like the hashtag and the name of the section. Okay, so this is what we have so far. Let's make that logo smaller and also make sure the links are aligned properly. So to do that, let's go back to header.jsx and add some styling to the image. So that would be setting the width and the height. So it would be 40 pixel. I think it's okay for the logo and also for the image object cover image. And in here, so it's instead of justify content between, it's justify between. Okay, so that's good. Our router is working, as you can see. It's navigating to the pages. Okay, so now let's build two components in our home page. That would be banner and about section before moving on to setting up our backend. So in the components file here, in components folder, I'm going to create banner.jsx file. So creating a component inside, naming it banner. And in order for this banner to show up, we need to import it in the home page. So removing this other code, and once we have that, just did that import first so that I don't forget later on. Let's go on with building the banner. So banner is gonna have like one main div that would act as like a container, and its width would be full, but on medium-sized tablets and on larger desktops it would be 2/3. Padding on the sides would be of size 7, margin auto, relative, and display flags while centering items. So this banner would also be divided into two parts, the one on the left side, one on the right side. Left side contains description and some buttons. Right side, it mainly contains just the image. So creating that on the smaller screens, we want these two parts to be of the full width, but on larger screens, they would take up only half of the width of the screen. So adding some padding 3, and then let's create the next div for the image. So class name banner image, width also is full. So these sections would be of two same sizes, so I'm just gonna copy and paste the rest here. So let's go ahead, create the image. For the image, we do need to import the source URL at the top, or we can also require it inside the source attribute. So it's from the assets folder, images, and then the name of the image. So we're giving it alt name, and for the class name, just setting maximum height for the image. And let's go ahead now and fill in the description. We're gonna give it a header, which would be, the text would be large for it. Margin bottom, it's gonna be 6, so it's separated from the rest of the, like the description, underneath it. We're gonna make it also bold, and text should be white so that it appears on our like black background. So just giving like a name for this header, and then creating a paragraph where we're gonna paste the description. So for styling of this one, it would be pretty simple. Just make it like semi-bold and text large, but also red one. So 600, but on, so it's gonna have a little bit of padding as well. And this could be some small, like maybe like 1 sentence description. And after this, we're gonna have a container where we're gonna put 2 buttons. One would be just to direct users to order. Another one would be a link to a menu, which we'll build it later on. So button container, starting off with our button. So this would probably give us error if we were to save it right now and render it, because I have not created the button, which I'll do it right after. So the reason I want to create button is because we're gonna use that in a lot of places, so we want it to be reusable. So we'll create it as a separate element. So for here, we're creating a href. We can also use the link tag that we used previously from React DOM router. And for class name, giving it just updating color, setting it to yellow, and then hover, we want it to be a little bit a darker yellow, and also setting the font to bold. So for the decoration, this is one of the cases where we do want it to be underlined, and setting some padding. So in here, in between, we're just gonna say C menu. So let's go ahead now and work on that button, as I mentioned. So for elements that would be reusable in a lot of places, I'm gonna create a new folder inside components, name it elements, and this is where I'm gonna put the button component. So let's go ahead, create the component, name it button, and inside here, this would take the children that would be displayed inside it. So let's display the button, let's pass the children. But children would be coming in basically as a props. So we destructure our props and indicate that we're getting children. And we need to export this as well. Oops. So once we have that, let's import that into the banner. Okay, we should be good. Now we're not seeing the button because the text is black, but once we update the styling of it, we should be able to see it. And let's update, move a little bit image on the right end. So yeah, that looks good. Now let's move on to updating button. So just because button could be of many different types, and we want to give our conditional statements a structure, I'm gonna use this a small utility that makes it very easier to create conditional classes in React, because usually you don't have to, if you have like complex conditions, you don't have to write a lot of lines to check everything. So this makes it way easier to structure it and afterwards apply it to your components. So let's see how it works. I have it installed in here, importing at the top. So first we create a function get class name, which would take class name that would be passing in as a props whenever that specific UI component is called. And what it would do is that it basically defines some default class names and then combines them with a class name that's being passed. If the class name is not passed, then it would just use the default classes. So for example, here in the case of the button, by default, we want the text to be white, it to be large, bold. I'm gonna also make it like button rounded. Transition, also like transition setting duration to 300, cursor to the pointer, and like some focus styling as well. And once we have the default classes, we pass it, we append class name to as like a second argument. Okay, so now we can define several things like sizes and variants. So in case it's like, let's say, small size, we want different classes to be applied, right? And several different one of them. So all these different variables can be created as like keys to an object that defines what the variables are about. So I have sizes and I do have variants that I'm gonna paste it in here. And let's update the button itself to see how this variants and sizes could be applied to it. So one, we pass on the children because that's what we want to be displayed. We also pass the class name. Size, but if size is not defined because it's not required, we can make it default small. Also variant, we can make the default one primary. And the rest, if any other attributes are applied, then coming from the parent container, that would be also passed. So here in the class name, we do use the function of like CLSX, and in here we do pass sizes, and based on which size was passed, it's an object, right? So it would map the key to its value and it would apply the respective classes. And also get the class name so that we get the default classes. And lastly, we pass the rest of any props that's been passed to. The colors that I indicated for the button are custom names. So in order to be able to custom some of the Tailwind colors, we can pass them as a Tailwind config. And I will do the same for the fonts. So defining font family and passing in the name. So with the fonts, one more thing that we would have to do that we don't have to do with colors is because colors you can just pass in like the RGB value and that would show up on the Tailwind when like creating components and defining classes. But for the fonts, we do need to after go back to our main CSS file and also import them from the assets folder. So here we're making use of default theme that's part of like the Tailwind module, and also defining colors in here. So let's import this default theme and go now to our index.css. So removing this. So the way we define fonts in React generally is by creating this like font face value that takes in font family, like the name of it. Also source would be like the font file itself. And then we have other attributes like font weight, display, and style. So it's usually like 3 types of fonts, right? Regular, medium, and bold. So for the other 2, I'm just gonna paste it in, but it works in a very similar manner. Okay, so now going back to our homepage, let's also create about component. So just creating component named about. It's not gonna taking any props for now. And let's create the main container for main div for it. So for this one, the background is going to be white, and this will also have kind of like 2 columns. So we'll be using grid in this scenario. So setting some padding grid and then indicating the number of columns, which is 2. And here we create a class name for the left side. That would be like a description, or like the about us text would go there. So we start off with, once again, like header, large text, medium size font, passing about us inside. And then we have a paragraph where we put our description and give it styling if necessary. So this just would say that the text is large, and inside here I'm just gonna paste the dummy lorem ipsum text. So now for the image, this one we're gonna create as a flags container, and image source. For the source, we also need to import it at the top. So just gonna name it about image and passing the path to the image, like the file name. So we have about image, and then the class name. This we would just like set sizes of the image. So it would be like the 400 pixels. Height would be the same because this is like a square image. And the object cover would be like the back of the background image. So now let's also import about JS in our homepage. So we can't have 2 components separately, so we need to wrap them into a fragment. So because return statement should only be displaying technically 1 component. So once we have that, this is our about us page here, about us section here. So let's start on working on our backend, and to do that, we're gonna create a separate folder. So make directory server that's gonna hold all the code and logic for the backend. And let's go ahead cd into that server. After that, we're gonna run this npm init command that's gonna initialize npm and create package.json file for us. The JSON file would hold the list of all the node modules that we're going to be using. And now let's install the node modules. These are gonna be Express, Body Parser, Course, Mongoose, and NodeMon. I'm gonna explain why we need each single one of them. And to use them in server, we're gonna create main.js file, naming it index.js, and inside it we're gonna import these packages. So first one, Express, is a server framework, and it's gonna help us in setting up the server and passing configurations to it. Next on, we have Body Parser. This is to parse the request and create request.body. So when we make API calls, we want to get requests from this calls made from the client side. And after that, we have course. This is for and this is to help us determine which configurations, which domains can make calls to our server. So for now, we're gonna set it up so that it allows calls from our local host. But CORS stands for cross-origin resource sharing. And next on, what we want to do is create a database and configure it so our server connects to it. So first, let's create a new folder inside server, name it DB. And inside this new folder, we're gonna create also main JS file, naming it index.js. And in here, we're gonna call mongoose module, which is an elegant MongoDB object modeling for Node.js. So it makes it easier for us to create schema and define models. So in here, what we have to do is once we import the mongoose, then we have to set up a connection to our database. So in order to do that, I'm pasting in configurations here. So what this configurations does is that we are basically passing the path to our MongoDB database, and which I'm gonna explain how to create next. So to do that, this can be done using CLI, but for easier experience, I downloaded MongoDB Compass, which if you type in MongoDB Compass, it's gonna direct you to their website. Then at the top, you're gonna press File, New Connection, and it would default by give you this like localhost 27017 URL. If it's a different URL, then you're gonna paste that inside index.js and click Connect. So once we have that connection, then we're gonna go back into our database, and we will create a new database, name it food-ordering. And as you can see, the name also here, we have it indicated. So now going back to the index.js file inside our server, we can also call this db configs that we just created, and afterwards set up the connection. So in here, we're calling the express file, and next thing we'll be doing is we'll be defining API routes. So for that, let's create a new folder, name it routes, and inside routes folder, we're gonna create a new file, and this file names also go by like routes of what object is the file containing code for. So let's start off with product router.js. So this will define all the routes that we would need to get product information. So we'll start off with like a simple example of just listing all the products that we're gonna have. But to be able to call all the products, we also need to define the model. So model basically gives us an architecture of what kind of object that product is. So for models, let's create a new folder, name it models, and inside here, also create a file specifically for the product model. And the way we define models is going to be using, as I mentioned, mongoose. So let's import it in here as well and create a new schema. So the first schema that I'll create is going to be of type category. So the way we will use category is it would be also part of the product, and it will define define what kind of product that is. So since our products in this case are like foods on the menu, it will describe whether this is of type breakfast, brunch, dinner, drinks, etc. So now let's go and create the product schema. Inside the schema, we only define what kind of variables that object is going to have. So for example, for the product, we do want the product name. And after that, we indicate what type that variable is and whether or not it is required. So I'm gonna rename and add other fields. For example, adjective, basically to like describe the product. It can be used together with name. We're also going to have a description, price, of course, since we're gonna need that during like the checkout process to calculate the total cost. And then the category, as I mentioned, which kind of would be like a nested object inside product schema. And lastly, we need to export our model so that we can use it in other places. So once we have model created, going back to the product router, let's call that model and also define its routes. So for that, we're gonna import express module, set also call the router from express, and next on calling the model itself. So now let's define routes using router.get if it's going to be like a get, we're going to be making a get request. And after that, we define the path. This would be product. And the second argument inside get would be the function itself that's going to go on and fetch this products or perform any other operation that we want that to happen for that like route. So in this case, yeah, we're just gonna use the product model, and then find function is the function that Mongoose provides, and it will just go ahead and find all the products. So if it's run successfully, then we're gonna send this products back as a data. If we get the error, we're gonna send an error message and error status code, which is 400. And next on, in order to be able to use this routes that we have just defined, we have to go back to our server index.js file and call them in here. And before we do that, setting up the other configurations for the server that we're gonna need, for example, course options, which defines from where we're allowing API calls to be made. So right now our React app, our client side, is running on localhost port 3000. So that's what we're gonna pass to our server as like the origin. And we named it course options, and then we're gonna say app use this course options that we just defined. Also, we're gonna make use of body parser, and using that, we're gonna parse the body that would be passed to the API, and URL encoded as well. So now making a connection to database, so DB on is the one that would be making the connection. And in case there's some kind of error, then we're gonna like console log that error, and we're gonna say that MongoDB connection has failed. And now defining our first path, so that would be get just the stash, so like the main path URL path for the server, and we're gonna result JSON send back message that says welcome to food ordering. This is just to test to make sure our server is set up correctly. And next on, we need to define port, so the main port that this server would be running at. So we're gonna take our express and make express append that would be listening to that port. This port can be defined either inside environment variables or set it to the local 8080. And if it's successful, then we're gonna console log that server is running on that port and then the port path. So now let's go ahead and start our server. So now let's go ahead run our server. For that we need to open up terminal again, and inside the server folder we're gonna say node index.js, and we're getting the type error which says app use requires, oh, I think I have a typo inside of on line 15. So let's fix that. Oh, it's actually line 13 and 15, course options. Oh yeah, we need to put course options inside the course itself. And fix the URL encoded also. Okay, so let's run more time, and we're getting this message server is running on port 8080. So we know that it is running successfully because it's displaying the message we defined on line 25. Let's test our first path, which is like defined on line 19. So if we go navigate to localhost 8080 inside our browser, we're gonna get back this message that we just created on line 20. So now let's go ahead and make sure that our router that we set up for the product is working properly. So first step is to import one. And then we're gonna make use of it by saying app.use. And so for this ones, we're gonna have dash API dash and then followed by the product router. So now all the routes defined by the product router would be available on our as our like API routes. And one more thing we have to add is a db configuration file. So inside server, let's create dbconfig.js. So in this file, we're gonna be passing the configurations of our database so that our app is able to connect to the database. So first on, we have our database name, which as you saw in MongoDB Compass, we named it food dash ordering. So for the host, we're using localhost right now. For the port, it was 27017, but depends on when you created the connection. You should double check it inside your MongoDB Compass. And then let's export this. So the URL would be made up of this MongoDB and then host port at the end, the database name. So now to populate our data, and if you don't want to manually enter the data, we're gonna be using this module named faker.js that has all this list of different kinds of data. In our use case, we're going to be going with commerce because they have several products, as well as adjectives, descriptions, and names, prices, etc. So for this is also very easy to set up. We just need to install it as a dev dependency. So let's copy this and make sure we are installing them inside our server folder. So let's paste this. While this is running, let's start on creating a new file inside server. This file would be seed.js and would only run it when we need to populate data in our database. So seed.js, let's open it up, and inside here, going to import that faker.js module that we just installed. We also need to make a connection to our MongoDB client, because it needs to, so when we run this seed.js, it needs to make a connection to our database so it can read the data into the database. So, and declaring like the main function and all this logic of creating fake data and putting it into the database would go inside this main function. So first on, once again, we need the path to our database. Second on, we're gonna create a client, so that would be responsible for connecting to it. So asynchronously, we're gonna try to connect to the client and then catch if there's gonna be like any errors. And in order to put the data in a collection, we need to call that collection. So that would be collection of the products, and make sure if you don't have this collection created inside MongoDB Compass, go ahead, navigate to your database and click create collection, and you just have to put products as a name. So next on, we're gonna have categories collection, also same thing. Database name in this is the same, and collections is like a set of data inside it. So in relational database, this would be equal to like tables, but MongoDB is structured differently, so it doesn't have like this table structured data. So this would be if products collection already, some kind of data already exists. On line 14, I'm removing that data, but this is optional, you don't have to do it. So, and then now I'm showing how we create collection. So we click on the database itself, which is food ordering, and at the top right corner, there's create collection. Once we have that in place, let's create all our fake data. For the categories, I'll be manually listing them in here and then mapping them. So instead of just strings, we return objects as a list. So let's await and let's take categories collection and let's insert our list of categories inside it. And next on, for the image URLs, this is going to be for the products. I also just uploaded some of the images to Cloudinary, and I'm gonna be just reusing these images throughout the products. But for the product information itself, this is where I'm gonna use the faker.js module. So first, let's initiate products as an empty array, and then create a for loop. Inside for loop, maximum number, you can indicate, I have 10 here, so I'll get 10 products, but you can indicate as many products as you want. So inside, let's create a new product, call for the name, we're gonna call from this like faker dot product name would be, so faker commerce is the category, industry category that we're gonna be using from their side, and then the product name, and also almost the same way we're gonna be declaring our other fields, so adjective, description, price. And the way we're creating products, this is following, all the fields are following like the product model, schema that we created previously. So for the categories, we're going to be using one of this like 4 categories, breakfast, lunch, and dinner that we created. And to randomly pick like one value, I'm going to use this small utility library Lodash. It's also good for other like functions, for example, partition. It has good reduce functions and etc. So let's go ahead, install the Lodash library, and then call it at the top where we usually call the modules. So constant and then underscore equals require Lodash. Lodash. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. So underscore and then underscore, one of their functions is sample that randomly picks one object from the array of objects. So we're gonna pass categories. And for the images, same thing, it would randomly pick one image from the rest of the image URLs. And last step, to our products array, we're gonna push this newly created product. And after that, once we have the products array, we want to go ahead and put that array actually into our products collection in our database. So await products collection, insert many products. Finally, catch if there's any errors, and at the end we always have to, when we open the connection to like the MongoDB client, we need to close it regardless if the connection was successful or not. It needs to be closed, and run this main function that we created. So to run any like Node.js files, we just say node and then the file name inside the folder that this file is created, or just indicate the path of the file. So node seed.js, and this should create our fake data. So faker commerce description, oh, I misspelled it. Actually, it is named not description, but product description. So let's replace that. Okay, so now it should populate data like this. So this is what my product is looking like, and this is the categories. And as you can see, inside each product, we also have one category assigned to it. So now what we want to do for our like displaying products, we want to display each product grouped. So on the client side, we're going to want to show the list of products, right? But if we are working on like a menu page, it would be more convenient if, for example, we had products grouped by categories, right? So that when we call the data, we get the category name and we get the list of all the products that belongs to that category. It would be easier than getting the list of all products and doing this like reducing and filtering on the client side. So to do that, to run like different kind of query and be able to fetch that data, we need to declare a new route. So let's go back to routes, our product router. So now here we have just get products. So let's also define router get and products by categories. And our asynchronous function that's gonna create take in request and result. So try, and inside here we are first, so just because we are taking in 2 collections and getting returning both of them, we need to create like an aggregate function. So the way this function works is we need to indicate based on what values we need to match, also group by what category, like by what we want this to be grouped by. So in this case, I want these products to be grouped by category. So in group object in ID, I pass in category. And also I pass in products because I want to receive all the products that belong to that category. So root would basically return all the fields of the products. Okay, and then after we fetch those products, we're gonna send it back as like our data. And once again, if there's any errors, we're gonna catch those errors. For the ID, this should be in quotes actually, and yes, so now let's go ahead and try it. So if we make any changes, just because I'm running it using just Node and not like NodeMan, every time we make a change until we switch over to the NodeMan to our server, we need to like quit the server. That's done by Control-C and start again. So let's try to call, as you can see here at the top, I have products by categories as the path, and I receive back objects that has products array inside it and name of the category. So everything that would be lunch would be inside this products array. So now let's display our products on client side below this banner. So going back to our source folder in here, inside the components in the source, we're gonna create a new file. We can name this products preview. So this will list all the products, and inside here we're gonna make an API call to our products API. So yeah, let's create just a functional component with its name products preview. And let's render a div with the class name of container and margin auto and a little bit of bottom padding, so we separate it from the about us section below. And the width would take 2/3 of the full width. And let's just display like the name of the section, which is products. And in order for this to show up on our homepage, we have to add it into the homepage itself. So let's import that at the top and also put it below the banner and above the about section. So yeah, it goes right in between, and so it's not showing up maybe because the text is black. So in the class names, let's indicate and change the color of the text. And now we can see products here. So now let's make API call for that, and then once we make the API call, we have to actually store it somewhere. So this is where we're gonna need also React's hook useState. And let's also import useEffect, which we're gonna use to make the fetch the data. So useState and useEffect from React. And let's create the store of products. So constant products and then set products equals useState. And initially the value for this would be an empty array. And let's make useEffect. So inside here is gonna go the function that's gonna actually make the API call, and then we pass as a dependency empty array because we want this useEffect only to run when component mounts. So let's do fetch, And for the URL inside fetch, that would be the products API URL. So once we get that, the response, let's get the JSON of it. And once the data comes back, we're gonna get this data and set the product state to the data. So it would be this one right here. So set products data, and then if there's any error, let's catch and console log them. So now if we go back to our app and open up our inspector, I do have React DevTools extension installed, which if I go to the components tab, this is a Google Chrome extension, so if you look up, you can also install it and go into this products. I can examine the state, which right now it appears to be empty object also. So let's see, why is that? So that appears to be the case because on line 8 I did not indicate parentheses for response, so it was never actually converted to JSON. But now we can see the array of our products actually coming back and being stored in products preview state of products. So now let's this is actually the data component of the data, so let's pass that. That will give us the products array, and let's actually map those products out. So below our products, like the headers, we're gonna first check if the product's length is more than 0, so that there's elements that actually could be mapped inside the products array. And once we check that, let's go ahead with the map. So product index, and then return product name only for now. And passing in the key as an index. Okay, so we do get the names in here. Now let's create a card element where we would actually display this products in addition to its other attributes like images and etc., and map them out. So naming it products preview card. And export constant the name of the component. So this will take in, so this will be like any reusable component, and this will take in the product and display its attributes afterwards. So what we need here, let's place image at the top. So source would be product image URL, and alt attribute would be the product name. Next off, we have the actual product name as inside our h2 tag, and after that we can display either adjective or the description. Actually, adjective would probably come before the name, so let's do description. Okay, so just removing that extra capitalization in the file name and importing that card component inside our products preview. And instead of just displaying the product name, we're going to replace it with our newly created component, and not going to just pass the name, but the whole product object itself would be passed as props. Okay, let's reload. So we have a typo in the import statement at the top. So yeah, we have the list. The images are not being displayed. Let's compare what field we're using for the image. So it's img URL, and just to check, we need to make sure that the name matches the actual property name of the product object. Also adding some of the styling to the preview card, so the width would be full, adding some padding and margin, making this card rounded, the text would be white. So background, I'm gonna do gradient, and then in Tailwind, to be means to the bottom, so it'd be kind of like a start from the top and to the bottom. So from attribute would describe what kind of color are we having at the top, so I picked Slate 600, and then to describes what color we have at the bottom. I in this case picked just transparent, and I want the text to be centered as well. So styling for the H2, just adding some padding and making sure the text is large. As for our paragraph, so adding bottom margin at the bottom, some height, and then line clamp. The reason I'm adding line clamp is because description sometimes can be a lot of words, so we don't want it to grow indefinitely. So now that we have that, let's add some styling to the class inside products preview itself. So the width would be full, some padding. So images are not being displayed. I'm gonna double check that I'm using the correct name for the image. So looking at our data, so it should be actually exactly the same as it's getting data from. So let's see. So let's just copy from here and paste it in on line 4. And description also, I seem to have made a typo in creating description field for the product. So I'm gonna do the same thing, paste that in here. Okay, so now we're getting all the fields, and now let's turn this into carousel so it's easier to browse for the users. So for the carousel, I'm going to be using this module called react multi-carousel. So let's go ahead, and it's pretty simple to use, so I'm just going to copy the way to install the dependency and going back to the root of our project and pasting it here and running it. So while this is being installed, I'm gonna go back to their documentation and see how I can import their module in my code. So what we have here, so import carousel, and also for the styling we need to import their styles file. So let's do that at the top of our products preview file where we will be creating carousel. It has some settings. I'm gonna use their default settings because it matches what I want, which is to display 3 items on like medium sized screens, but this could be always modified. And also going to wrap our list of products inside carousel tag, so that would turn the list into the carousel, and passing the responsive configs as props. So let's save this, and we do have a carousel. Now let's set this component is a little bit cut off, so maybe set its background to black. Yeah. Okay, that's better. And let's check, we can slide. Yeah. So now let's add at the bottom right corner add button that would add the item to the cart, so it's easier to, like, you know, browse items from like homepage. So for that one, I'm gonna create first the component, like the button itself, to add, and afterwards I'm gonna declare like the function as to how to add that product to the cart. So starting off with just creating that button, I'm gonna create new component, name it add product. So this also can be reused later on in other places, for example, in our menu. So this product is gonna take in the function that would be run when user clicks on the button. And I'll create this button mostly by styling, so it's gonna be like a round circle that has like just plus icon inside it. So flag, justify, and then here creating the button. And so I'm gonna pass in span and plus sign, but just to like save time, I'm not gonna find plus icon and import, but probably for like in terms of how it looks, icon would be better. So for the button on click, passing in on add product, and then the class name just for the styling. As I mentioned, I'm gonna make this yellow, and then on hover it's gonna be a little bit darker shade of yellow, as well as setting the height and the width of the button, and then rounded full sets the border radius to 999 in Tailwind. And items, we do want this like the plus sign to be obviously like centered in the circle. And same thing, so centered both vertically and horizontally. That's what item center, justify center would do, and then the text larger. So let's import that into our products preview card, and then if we add that in the bottom, we would still need to add like some kind of function. So in addition to that, we need to like get that function probably from the parent container. So adding that on it function here, and add product. So this on add product, we're gonna pass on a function, and I'm just going to create this function inside the card and actually define it later on. The reason being is that for the card details and products that are going to be added to the card, I'm going to set up Redux after we're done with this UI, so then we would be calling and dispatching like a Redux action to add the product. Okay, so now also we need to pass the function from the parent container. So products preview is where it's going to be passed, like originated from. So let's create constant on it product. It's gonna take in product. Right now let's just like console log, and on it product it equals unplug. Okay, so here we can see our button, and also you can see the lines there's too many lines that are kind of overflowing. So I did create this line clamp for like a class name. I added it, but I don't think Tailwind has that option for like line clamp. So I'm gonna customize, as in like manually describe what it should be doing. So going to the index.css file, because then it would be available. We can use line clamp anywhere. So in here, I'm gonna describe like the class name, and inside here, pass on the styling. So basically what it would do is that if it's above 4 lines, then it's gonna add this ellipsis, so 3 dots, and then concat the text so it doesn't go indefinitely. So next up, we're gonna set up our Redux stores that's gonna save some of the information. For example, we're gonna store products that are gonna be saved in the cart, or just also menu items in there, and possibly user information. So for setting up like the Redux, it kind of changed recently a little bit the way they name their packages. They released this new package named redux.js toolkit. So just when installing Redux, make sure you're installing like the latest version, or if your version doesn't match mine, you can always check in the GitHub repo in package.json file. that should indicate the version. So let's just copy this. I just copied it and installed it here actually. And also they introduced like this slightly newer concept of creating slices that we're gonna make use of. So slice basically combines action with the reducer. So yeah, we're gonna create that, but first on we have to create like a root main reducer and root also store. So let's go move to the source folder and create a new folder, name it stores. So this is where we're gonna have all our logic as to how to update our Redux store. So also, as I mentioned, creating new file, root reducer.js, and also root store. Store.js. So inside of our root store, we need to first import this Redux functions, which are configure, store, and also apply middleware. And we also have to import root reducer in here. So we haven't created a root reducer yet, so this might throw an error, but we're gonna do that right after the store. So create a new constant, store equals to configure store. And in here we pass the reducer. So reducer would be the root reducer. Oh. And then for apply middleware, so we're gonna install one more package, redux-thunk, and what this is gonna enable us to do is that using redux-thunk, we can have our actions be asynchronous. So that should be installed by now, and going to import that at the top. So import thunk from redux-thunk, and in the apply middleware, that's what we're gonna be applying. Okay, and then now let's create the root reducer. So for now, we don't have any reducers declared, so we're just gonna create it as like an empty object, and then we're gonna define them later on. So one, we can just say this: export default root reducer. So for like the Redux, managing like Redux data, I do have also installed this Redux DevTools Chrome extension that gives us information about like what is the current state, what actions have been dispatched, the differences, and etc. So right now our state is completely empty, so undefined. It is expected, but Redux is set up for this project. So let's start off with defining our reducer. So first, as I mentioned, we're gonna be building add to cart functionality, so let's set that up. And for each of the functionalities, I'm gonna create like new folders. So let's do a new folder for cart, and then inside this folder we're going to create a slice. So new file, cart slice.js. So first import create slice function from Redux and define initial state. So initial state would be set when the page loads and no redux state has been updated. So initially I want the products to be just an empty array since nothing would be added to the cart. So now actually let's create the slice. So export constant cart slice, that would equal to create slice. So here we pass on few things. First one, we want to give it a name. So this would be, why did I delete this cart? And next one we have initial state. And after that we define reducers like this and then pass all, basically reducers would be all the functions that we want to perform on this card. So one of them would be add to cart. So we are giving it a function a name, and then we are also declaring what is going to be passed to it. So two things that we can pass in reducers are state, so that would be the current state, and also action. Action is kind of like an argument that would be coming from when this action would be like dispatched. So when we add the product to the cart, we are going to return a new state. So that would be, we're gonna retain the previous products and add this new product to the cart. So let's return products array. So if we want to access the previous products, it would be state.products, and then we are gonna take action.payload. So this would be action.payload. That way we can access the new product that would be passed to add to cart. You'll understand better when I actually use this on the client side. And then for the amount, we're gonna say initially when something is added, it's 1, and then we'll be later on able to increment it. So a simpler example to be, let's clear the cart, right? So clear cart. Here we don't really need an action because this is just gonna remove all the items from the cart. So this is gonna be return products and then the empty state. So this, whatever comes after return statement is our new state, right? So let's do increment product amount and then decrement the other way around. So increment product amount. So this would be, you know, when you're shopping and you see the plus minus signs next to the product description. So this would state taking state and action, because we need to pass on which product are we changing amount of. So then return, what it's want to do is that previous products, we don't want to update them, only the one that's ID is going to pass. So product state dot products, and then we're gonna map out the ones. So we're checking here product. So product ID equals to the action dot payload ID, then we're gonna update that product. But if it does not equal to the ID, then we're just gonna leave its amount the same. So same, other attributes also stay the same. So product, only amount gets updated. So in increment, this would be +1, and after that, if not, then we just don't update the product. And in case of decrement, we're gonna do -1 itself. Okay, so now we have this like slice defined. We need to determine what from here we're actually exporting. So first thing we want to do is actually get the products in the cart, right? So that would be export constant and then name of like what we want to call this. So cart products. And this is the name that we will be actually using on the like the client side to access it. So this would be state and then state.cart.products. So state is just the redux state cart. This would be the name of the slice that we just gave. And then products is anything inside the slice that we want to like pass on. And here we also can export this like function. So let's do export constant. So here. Basically all of them, that's why I just created them to use it on the React components itself. So this would be our cart slice actions. So this slice makes it easier to combine like reducers with actions all in one place. And finally export default cart slice reducer. So still to be able to use this we have to include it in like the main reducer file. So let's go in root reducer, and in here first we're gonna import combine reducers function from the oops, what did I do? Okay. So combine reducers function from Redux toolkit, and actually this might be just from the Redux because we're gonna have other reducers as well and we just want to like combine all of them. But for now let's do import cart reducer from, and then this is inside cart folder, cart slice. And let's call this combine reducers. So this is going to take in so cart as a cart, that would be the cart reducer. Okay, so let's see if we can see this in our state. So cart slice root reducer equals combine reducers. Oh, so for the store, oh, I never exported the store, so it's natural that it would not show up. Default store. Thing we have to do after exporting the store is actually passing the store to our application. So the way we do this is wrapping our application inside this provider tag that's like provided by React Redux. So let's import provider wrapper and from React Redux what's wrong with my typing? So provider, and we have to also import the store. So store from stores root store. slider, and then we pass in store as like a store props. So store equals store, and in here we put app inside of it. Now our whole app has access to it. So okay, so let's go back to the React app, and yeah, as you can see here in the state, we have this cart reducer, and inside of it, the products are an empty array. So now going back to what we have here, let's see how we can dispatch these actions and make use of like reducers from the client side. So the function that we're gonna use is add to cart, and we're gonna use that back to where we created this like the plus button. So that would be products preview cart, and so it was defined here, right? So to dispatch actions, first we need to import use dispatch hook from Redux, and then we can create a function dispatch that uses that hook. And we also have to import the function from its like the slice file. So this would be add to cart from stores cart slice. Okay. And then inside here, instead of console logging this, we are going to be dispatching and then the function name, so add to cart. And then the arguments that we want to pass, in this case, it would be just the product. So this would be passed, and okay, so what is this? Good, yeah. So let's make sure we have that on add product in here inside the product preview cart. So I never called this function here. So on add product, and this would be passed on product. So let's see. See, products got populated, and our product that I just clicked on the plus button phone got added here. Let's create a menu page where we'll display these products grouped by categories, and it would be easier to browse. Once we fetch the products, we have to store somewhere, so creating another Redux slice for this specific use case would be like a perfect opportunity. So we're gonna go into our store, create new folder, name that menu, and inside the menu we're gonna create new file that would be for the product slice.js. And once again, same thing in here, we're gonna import create slice. One thing that we would do differently from like the previous slice would be that we also need to import create async thunk, just because we're gonna be making an API call, which would be like an asynchronous action. So let's in here define initial state. So this would be, so the product in here would be like an empty, and then in case there's an error when we're fetching, we can say null, and then if there's status, we're gonna set it to, why is this crossed out, idle, and the string. And so let's export constant products slice, that would be create slice, and passing in the name, products, initial state, and reducers. And if we want to access all the products, that would be export constant get products. So what this will do is this will just return what's currently stored in our Redux state of like the product. So this will not actually fetch products, but we're gonna write that function afterwards. So export default products slice and reducer. So export constant fetch product. So this is where we're gonna make use of create async thunks, and so the name of this would be product fetch post. So this would be basically like the name of the action, and then passing in the function async. So constant response equals to await fetch, and then our API URL for categories. Constant data equals to await response JSON. And then we return data. Also, to access all this, let's export constant select all products. This would equal to state and state return products and the array of products. Okay, so pages, we already have created menu page, it just does not contain any logic in here. So let's, when this page loads, dispatch our action to fetch the product. So first let's do use dispatch from React Redux, and then second we're gonna import both fetch products function as well as select all products, because after we fetch it, we do want to access what products have been fetched and display them in the menu. So we have those here. So constant dispatch equals to use dispatch. And then also use effect, because we want to fetch when component mounts. So use effect from React. And dependency, once again, empty array. Dispatch. Here we do fetch products. It does not take any arguments. As for displaying the products, constant. So here we also need to have use selector. So constant products would be use selector, and then passing in the selector name. Okay. And let's see, once we go to the menu page, if this gets dispatched. So let's go to Redux action. So So when we fired add to cart, here we can see the type of the action and then payload followed by it. So let's go ahead, type in menu, products, can select all products. So maybe, oh, because this hasn't loaded yet, so okay. Oh, so we can see that this fetch post has been fulfilled and payload, the data is rendered, and we have all this like products divided into categories. So this is actually not posts products, but doesn't make critical difference in terms of logic, just the naming. And then so we define this function here, but we want to also add it as a reducer here, but since reducers are not async, we are going to add it as an extra reducer. So the following the example that's provided on this, like the create async thunk. So we have, if you look at this function, this is also like an async function. And then we have like the usual normal reducers in here. So we're also gonna leave this empty, and then this would go as extra reducers. So we have builder that's being passed, and afterwards we have builder dot add case, where we're gonna call this fetch products. And once it's fulfilled, then we're gonna perform like the normal action of like the updating the state. So state action. So state dot product. So as initial state, we have products empty array. We want to push the products coming back from the data into that. So action dot payload would be the result that would be returned from here. So the data basically. And let's save this. And also we want to track the loading state itself here. We can also have similar like the for use cases and add another builder. So let's first see if while we're loading the menu we do get this action fired. So in the payload this does get updated, but in the products state, yeah, because we created product slice, we have to also indicate that in the root reducer so that it's gonna show up here. So let's do import product reducer. Not cart, this is menu product slice, okay. And then products. Okay, so here we have status idle. Does the status get... So also status does not get updated. So let's add another use case to here that when the promise is pending, let's have status as like also pending. Because let's say if we decide to, like once we add the code to display the products and products are not there on the menu yet, we do want to have some kind of like indicator that they are loading. So this is pending, and then we pass on, how did we do here? The same thing. State dot, I wonder if we can just okay, so state dot status equals to pending. And then once this is completed, let's say if it updates to, okay, so it's not pending anymore. So let's say when products are fetched, we have fulfilled. Okay, yeah. So going back to the menu page, let's see. So if we have pending, let's display spinner. So let's remove this completely, and so products that pending, products that status equals to pending. Then we're gonna say something like loading, and later on we can just like display a spinner. So, and then if not, and if it's has been loaded, then let's just map out the product. So products, and once again we check that products are there. Products.map, product index. So in here, before we return this product, let's create a component. So first thing we're gonna do is, this is actually divided into, yeah. So data, so name is the category, and then, okay, so inside here, we're gonna have h2, so that would be product.data name. I should have updated this name to be category instead. That would be more clear. Here is where we're gonna list the actual product. So product data products dot map. So better description of this is menu category. Because this is basically like our section, and inside the section we have the products list. So product index And then let's do display just the product name. To make sure we're so yeah, instead of push, let's set this to the data returned from action.payload, because in case we run this function twice, then it'll just keep pushing the same data to it. So okay, so let's do this, and then in the products we have 4 categories of the products and the name. Okay, now let's display them on our menu page. Okay, so let's just display like the first array of products, and then after on I'm gonna create a tab. So in each tab we're gonna be displaying the products that belong to that category. So we'll be like dividing products up with respective of like their categories. But first, yeah, in here also, if products are not loaded, we do want to show just the loading state. So let's say, so if products dot status equals to pending, then we do show loading. We can replace this with the spinner, but so if it's not pending, we can show the menu wrapper. Here, let's say products.products. Make sure it's there, and then so it'd be this array. And for now I'll be showing the dinner category only, so it would be the first element of the array, and then we'll be mapping this in here. Okay, so and let's just display the product name. Maybe class name text white. Okay, so here we have the names of the products. Now let's create a card where we can display products. So let's name this inside components. Let's have a new file, name it product detail card. So constant product detail card equals, so this is going to take in the product, so we're going to have this main div with the class name of adding some padding. Also we want rounded corners, so rounded LG, and background color slate 50, that would be like light gray. So inside here let's have another 2 divs. One would be for just the text of product, and another one for the image. So for this one, class name, we're gonna make it a flex component, center the items, and justify the content between. Starting off with just the title of the text, so that would be, let's make it h2, and then the size of the text, let's make 5 XL, and here we should have product.name. Next on we have product description, so we're gonna make this text a little bit smaller, so maybe like 3 XL. And let's actually make this a paragraph, and product description would go inside it. And one more thing that we want is to have a price, so items center, justify between, and for the size of this, let's make it 3 XL, and also set the color, so this would be black, and so this is product price. And let's make the paragraph text gray and 500. And now creating a div that's gonna wrap the image. So class name, we want width to be full, flex, item center, and justify also center. And then image, so source would be product dot image URL. So just making sure how that is. Okay, so and then class name, we're gonna set the width and the height of it. So rounded corners, and object, we want it to image be covered. Alt attribute would be product name. And I think, so that should be it. Why does this, oh, do it twice. Okay, so I'll close that. And let's export this. Export default product detail card. Okay, so let's import that in the menu. So product detail card from products detail, and let's make the background of this white. And instead of this product name here, we're gonna have product detail card, product, and then pass product as props. And also we need to indicate when we're mapping things, key equals to index. Okay, so this is what we have so far. Now, instead of displaying the products in a list of like one category only, because I only included lunch here, or dinner, I think. Also, don't mind the prices, and since this is like automatically generated data, it might like not make sense as to like the name matching or the image, but you can always update that in the database. So Now let's create tabs that's gonna display all the categories for our users, so they could like switch in between the tabs and browse products based on the categories. So for that, I'm gonna go back to the components and create like a tabs component here, tabs.jsx. And so here we need to also keep which tab is currently active. So that's why I'm gonna import useState from React and create the component. So export tabs equals to. So here we need few things. First, we need the list to list like all the tabs. Then we need active tab in which one is the active tab, and then on tab switch, what function should be fired when a tab is switched. So after that, let's return. So I'm also going to make this sticky, so if user scrolls down, they would still be able to see the tabs. Set high z index so that it's always visible, and then background white. So then inner div we have container, margin would be auto, flex, align items, align center, padding on the sides too, border bottom gray 400, and border bottom, let's set it to, actually, yeah, let's set it to 1. And then for the list map, so here we're gonna pass item, its index, and then return. So let's also create a tab item component. So that's gonna be like a button, and it's gonna fire the function when it's like being pressed. So new file, tab item.jsx, and we're gonna import that into tabs. So here export constant tab item, we have title of the tab, also index, whether or not like it's active, and if we set anything we set that to active. So for the class name, so if it is active, we're gonna have a little bit different styling to indicate visually which ones are active. So let's see if active is like set to true, then let's return border bottom yellow 400. And then if it's not active, no border. And then text a little bit like grayish color. Okay, so let's return div class name. This is like a navigation item, and also let's set padding on the sides to. So href equals to the hashtag and title. Then in here we have a button that's gonna fire set active function. So in here we call that function, and we pass on the title of the tab. So class name, padding top, and padding bottom 3. Inside here we want title, and let's make it to uppercase. And let's wrap the title inside a span so we can give it some styling. So in here, so we're gonna also pass the class name. That's why I'm using backtick. So on hover, let's make the text yellow. Transition color, so it transitions smoothly. Border bottom 2, and then the class name that we created here, but that determines if the item is active or not. So passing on that class name. Okay, going back here, let's import. Did I export constant? Okay, so import tab item, and we're gonna return it here. So title equals item, key equals index. We're also passing the index itself, and active equals, let's set it to false, and then let's create a state for the active tab, and then based on that we can pass this prop correct logic, and then set active would be on tab switch. Oh, so this we're actually passing in, we're not defining the logic, the state inside this component, so we're just gonna pass set active tab. And so because we want to call these tabs inside our menu item, this is where we're gonna store what our active tab is. So in here, going use state active tab set active tab equals use state, and let's leave it default by now. And also we need to list all like the categories, like the list of categories we need to pass to the tab, so like what to display as a list. Let's create that as a state as well. So categories, set categories. Let's do. So for the categories, we're gonna actually take in what we have inside our products and just filter out the name. So we actually do not need a separate state for this. We can just say, so inside the menu wrapper, let's say if also products are exists, then we're gonna take the products and map them out as categories. So let's first import tabs in here. So the list would be products, and then map product name. So we would only receive like this name here as a part of the array. And let's see, I'm gonna make this bigger and open this to the side. So inside, not the tab, this one, oh yeah, tabs. So we're passing list, we're passing active tab, so that would be active tab equals our active tab state. And set active equals to set active tab, so we can update the state. What else do we have here? Index would be if we, oh, that's it. Offer, yeah. No. And then on tab switch, we want to update the state, so it would be set active tab. I have a typo here. Okay, so fixing that should so we have tabs displaying in here, but none of them are active right now. So let's say in here, if we have, so if active tab equals to empty array, let's set it to least first element, and then if not, then just active tab. So and if this equals to item, then this would be active. If not, okay, this would be true. So this href, we don't want it to actually reload, so I'm just gonna remove it until we set those like references. So just to check, because by default the product status is idle, and then this kicks off pending. So let's just check that if it's not fulfilled, then display loading. Otherwise we might get errors when reloading page when like the product is not there yet. So let's do that. And okay, let's update a little bit like styling of this. So for the menu items, let's wrap them in a container, and we're gonna make this flex container. So menu items, flex, display them on a row. It's the styling of our menu items, so wrapping them in like a container, and we're gonna make this container flex. And flex direction, let's make it row. Okay, and let's add some padding to the product detailed card. I'm gonna move this here. Actually, it does have padding. Let's add some margins. Okay, that's looking better. Also, let's add some padding to its container itself. So actually just margin. Let's, yeah, center it. Okay, so three. And I'll make the text a little bit of smaller, and this just because I had, okay, typo here. Now we can see the description. Instead of this displaying in a row, I'm gonna change them to columns. So flex call. Okay, that's better. And Yeah, making text smaller again. Okay, this is better, and let's add to cart button, and then we're gonna use the same functionality that we used on the home page where we created carousel of the products. It's just in here I'm just gonna do button instead of like that round icon. So let's import button in here from, I think it's like a default import from our elements and button. And then here we're gonna also make this with full flex. Yeah, item center, basically same thing, same styling as this one. Add to cart. Yep, here we have that, and let's go to the add product and copy the same functionality. So add product was inside products preview, so that probably has definition for this function. Or what we can also do is we can pass on add product as like props. So button here on click would be on add product, and then inside where we have this menu, we're gonna define the function the same way we did in here. So that would be on add product dispatch add to cart, and we have to also import that add to cart at the top. So products detail card, and final thing, add it to the props on add product. So this would be, the path is wrong. Okay, let's update how we are setting like active tab. So let's set active tab store, also active tab index. So set active tab index. So by default this would be also 0 and then the first index. So replacing this in here. And also we need to update this when we update set active tab. So stand on tab switch. So we get the new active tab. And then instead of passing set active tab, we're gonna pass this new function. And in here, we're of course are gonna call set active tab, but we're also gonna call the hook to update the tab index. So set active tab new active tab, and then so let categories equals to, so this is what we have as a list of categories, right? So what we want to do is we want to get the index of which tab, which element is this in the tab. So let new index, by default this is 0, and in here, okay, and then from this list of categories we're gonna find the index of our tab. So categories dot find index new active tab. So if index is more than -1, then we're gonna set active tab index to that. But if it's not found, we're just gonna set it to default, which is 0. Else. And we don't really need this. So let's console log index. Instead of forge, we're supposed to have map here. Here, it's actually a function, so we need to check if new active tab equals to, so category, then map this out, and then this equals to category. Okay. Alright, so now this is getting updated. Let's add flex wrap to the... Okay, so now tabs are getting updated. Now when we add an item to the cart, let's make sure this gets updated, and after that start creating the cart page itself. So this header, we are calling this inside navigation, and let's pass how many items we have in the cart here. So going back to here, we have navigation. Gonna close this other. Here. So let's import to get access like the redux state. That's where the products are stored. Let's import use selector. And then the name of the slice reducer, like the selector itself, which was cart products, and calling them here. So constant products in cart is, this is just gonna return all the products. We don't actually need we just need their count, so we're gonna pass that to it. And let's see. So in header, we're gonna create its new props, and that would be cart count equals to, so if we do have products in cart, and products in cart have like a length, if not, then just like 0. So right now, going to the header, we need to add that props in here. So cart count, and where we have this link icon below here, let's create that count icon. So current cart is more than 0, then we're gonna display it. So So let's create the div, and if it's not, then we're just not gonna, this would be null. So in here, we're gonna pass like the number, but oops. So card count, and class name would be rounded because full it's a circle. Background yellow. 400, text white, inline flags. Justify center items center, width equals full. So also like the position would be absolute, and so setting minus margin to the top and the right because we wanted to show it the top right corner. And because this link to cart is relative, did we set it to relative or not yet? Oh yeah, we haven't set it yet, so let's set class name, and also let's set some margin to the right and relative. So this absolute position would be based on it's like the next like parent relative. So this one absolute, okay. And let's say if we say, let's go back to home, if we add this item, okay, so it shows up as one here. Now let's build out the cart page itself. So for the cart page, we're gonna have 3 different forms. One is going to be just for the cart review, another one just for the address details, and then third one would be the payment section. And these forms would be, we're gonna use a tab switch to update the forms. So going to the cart page. So in here, first let's import tabs. And we're also going to need button, so import that here as well. We also need to know what are the items in the cart, so that's in stored redux state, so use selector. And the slice that gets us the cart, so that would be get products cart, yeah, from here. What else do we need? Oh, and then for the button, I'll have like an icon on to navigate in between the forms, like an arrow icon. So I'm gonna import that right now as well. So that would be react component as, and giving the name to the icon. So arrow right switch, and this would be from assets folder, then icons, and the name of it is arrow right long svg repo. Yeah, let's make sure that is the name of it. So okay, yeah. And so first let's get that cart in here. So cart equals to use selector get products. Let's define the tabs. So as I mentioned, we have 3 of them. So setting the names here. So summary, that would be the product summary. Then we have delivery tab that would contain form for all the address details, and finally payment. So first, if there's nothing in the cart, let's display that the cart is empty. So that would be cart.products. So this one returns product slice. Oh, we actually need select all products, so cart dot length equals to 0. Background white, text black, flags, items, center, and we're just gonna display text that's saying your cart is empty. So h1 okay, so can't resolve because I probably spelled it wrong. Let's see, arrow right long SVG is the key here. Okay. So now we have items in the cart, so let's reload and oops. So our cart is empty, so let's console log what we have here in cart. Oh, we have the whole state. So this one should be that products. Okay. So then it's gonna. So let's set the height to 100. Okay, yeah. And let's just show this at the top. Okay, now let's work on the tabs, and since we have this tabs switch and then the logic in multiple places, what we're gonna do is, for updating the tabs, we're gonna create actually a custom hook. So anytime we want to call tab somewhere and then control the logic from the parent component, that logic is already defined and we can just import that. So for the hooks, I'm gonna create new folder here, name it hooks, and let's create the hook. So reminder that the hook name always should start with use. So use tab switch in our case. And we also need like both use state and use effect in for this one. So first let's define this like hook. So use tab switch and then export default use tab switch. So the state for current tab, that would be current tab export. Current tab set current tab and use state. So default. So for the default tab, we're gonna be passing this from the parent. So, oops, what is this caps lock? Tab. And we also need to get the list of all the tabs. So okay, so next on use effect. So every time the default tab changes, we do want to set our current one to the default. So set current tab default tab, and then we need the function that handles the tab switch, right? So constant handle tab switch. So that would take in the new tab and set current tab to the tab. Finally, we export two things. We want to know the current tab, so the current state, and we want to know the function. We need to call that function in case we have to update the tab. So going back to our cart, let's import this new hook in here. So import use tab switch. And we're gonna call those two things that we just exported from there in here. So current tab and handle tab switch. This equals to use tab switch. So when we are initiating a new tabs, we need to pass in the list of tabs. And by default, let's set this to summary because that's the first tab that we have. And in here, let's start building out the page. So for the page main container, I'm gonna also do background white. The height should be like the screen size, text black, margin auto so it's centered, margin at the top would be 2, so border, that would be gray 200. A little bit of padding on medium size screens. We're gonna set width to 2/3 and make it rounded. Just a little bit of shadow on small screens, padding 6, and then large screens, bigger padding. So yeah, let's call the tabs here. List would be tabs. On tab switch would be handle tab switch that we just imported from our custom hook, and then active would be current tab. Oh, I never saved this, so okay, let's reload. Calling select all products, that's the menu, like products in the menu, and since they have not been loaded, that's why it was showing us that it's empty even though we added items in the cart. So let me go and actually copy like cart products. Yeah, so initially I had the right slice selected. I don't know why I updated it. So that would be cart products, and this would be coming from cart slice. So okay, now we can actually see the forms, and by default, so instead of active for the tabs, we actually, the prop name is active tab, so I'm gonna pass that in here. Okay, so summary, delivery, payment. Now let's get started on the forms. For the forms, we're going to be using this package that makes like creating forms, showing errors, collecting fields from the forms very convenient. So get started, copy it, got it, install it in our root. And while this is creating, let's update the logic of like what would be displayed when like the tabs are switched. So we have 3 tabs in here, right? So let's make 3 divs, and each single one of them is gonna have a class name, and then this class name would be tabs. And also we are going to check if this is the current tab or not. If it's not the current tab, then it would be hidden. So we take current tab, and if so, first one is, for example, like summary. So if current tab doesn't equal to summary, then this would be hidden. Otherwise, tab. Okay. Oh, I have an extra. Okay, so summary would go here, and this is where we're gonna have address form that we're going to create next. And this would be the same thing, but instead this, here we have delivery. And for the third one, payment form, for this payment form we're gonna integrate Stripe. Okay, so let's get started by building out this address form. So just creating inside components new file, naming it address form. And let's create the component, export constant address form return. And before I just create the component itself, let's import that into, oops, not the, yeah, into the card. So address form and display it here. So once we start building up, we're gonna be able to see it on the screen. So address form. Like I mentioned, we're using that module. So use form is like a hook from React hook form. And let's also import button, since we're gonna need like a submit button. And let's also import error, right? Because this button is also actually gonna, since address form is on the second page, this is going to move the user to the last page. So React component as, I'm just gonna copy this right arrow from here. So let's return form. And here let's make use of this React hook. So we will need 2 elements, register and handle submit. So register would just save our values that user inputs inside the form. So, and then call the use form hook. And starting to build out the form. So class name, we're gonna make on the medium screens width to 1/3, and also set margin to auto, padding, and 1 at the top. And we're gonna define constant on submit function that's gonna get all the data. And so for now, let's console log this data until we handle it. And then in here on submit, we are going to have handle submit that's coming from this hook, and we're gonna pass on submit function. So basically what this does is this will pass all the data collected from the form and stored in the current state, and it will, we'll be able to access the data inside the function and do whatever we want with this. So let's declare like a title of our form. So class name, text, make it a little bit bigger, so maybe like 2XL, medium, text center, and yeah, so that should be it. So address for the delivery. Then start building out the inputs. So margin bottom, so it's separated from the inputs below, label, class name equals, so make it block, margin bottom 2, text would be small, font, make it bold, text or so like darker gray, and then this would be for, this is like the street address, and actual like the label, address. And so let's create our input now. So this one, so register would save our input as like a state, and then we pass on which state to save it. So this would be address. And then class name. So full width, padding, margin bottom, text small, heading tight, same color text as the label. Also making border a little bit rounded, shadow, appearance, none, focus, outline. We don't want to have focus around it, and instead of like the regular outline, we're gonna make shadow. So next thing we need to pass on the ID, which would be street address. Type of this is text, and placeholder is street address. Give street address the full width, but for the other fields, let's have 2 fields per row. So same size for margin bottom, but on medium we're gonna make this flex, and also justify between. And the class name for each single one of the fields. So this would be also margin bottom 4, on medium let's add some margin to the right, and also flex to the 1, so it takes up, they take like equal spaces. And now let's go on with the class name and label. So that would be again block, margin bottom 2, text small. I think, yeah, pretty much have the same as this one for the city. And here, yeah, I'll copy the input as well since it would be similar, just modifying placeholder, also ID and the field for register, that would be also city. We can copy this for the state as well. So state, and let's create another row for the country, and actually this is extra. Okay. So country and postal code. So and in the end, let's add our button. So here we're gonna place button on like the line, but also on the right side. Flags, justify, and padding 2, and then button. For the variant, I'm gonna make it dark, and class name would be flags item center. Type of this would be submit. So the submit function that we created, that would be fired automatically. We don't have to define on click. And then in here we can have span that says next. Class name, just add margin on the right, and then copy this arrow icon that we imported. Okay, so that's the end of the form. Let's see. I still got the... So it should be, yeah. Okay, this looks good. Let's go on to the other forms. Let's create a Redux store for the address so that we store that information once a user navigates off from this form, and we also have it available at the end when all this information is submitted. So going over to the stores, which is here, and creating a new folder. Let's name this user info, and here we can also store like other information later on. And for this, inside here, let's create address slice, because that's the only info we're going to be storing from users for now. So import create slice. Initial state address empty. Now creating address slice. So create slice, passing in, oops. So we have to wrap this in parentheses, passing in the name. That would be address. Then we have initial state as usual, and reducers. So for the reducers, we want to basically do two things. One is to set the address, and then at the end, when the form is submitted, we want to remove that information, right? So clear the address. So set address, clear address. We have state, and we also need action. And we're gonna return address as, so we would set address as like the action payload. And for this one, you can take the state, and then we only have to return address as empty object. So like back to what initial state is, and I'm missing a comma here. Okay, so now export a way of getting this address, so accessing what's stored in the redux state. So get address state and state address. So this would be, first comes the state name, then comes the object or the field we want to get inside of it. So that would be address. So now export constant our reducers, set address, clear address, address slice actions, and export the reducer itself, export default address slice the reducer, and not to forget that we need to import that in our root reducer as well. So import address slice, let's name this reducer, and so for the address we're gonna have, oops, address reducer. Okay, now let's go back to the address form and make sure we update this information. So first off, let's dispatch, make use of use dispatch from React Redux, and in here after the submit we're gonna call dispatch equals use dispatch. So once we have that data, let's dispatch it, and we also need to import the reducer itself. So that would be set address. So dispatch set address and pass on this data. Once we set, let's first test it out. So adding an item to the cart and 1, 2, 3 something something. So for now the only it would update in the local state, but if we press next in here you can see the address gets updated. Perfect. So now what we want is, once we press next, not only to store the data, but actually navigate to the next page. So for that to happen, we are gonna pass the function. So that would be on tab switch, and call that function here. That function will take into which tab we're switching, so that would be the next one, and the final one would be like the payment. And let's go to the cart and make sure we are passing that function from over there. So back to our cart on tab switch, this equals to handle tab switch. So because I said I have a typo here, it should be hidden. That's why we can still see the other elements in the page. Okay, so this is hidden now. So summary, we only see summary, delivery. Let's see if, yeah, and it automatically next navigates to the payment page. So now let's do the summary where we're gonna display products and their prices. So let's create a component, name it product summary. So export constant product summary. Let's import that into the cart and then work on it afterwards. So that would replace the summary text here. And let's get all the products that have been added in the cart. So that's in Redux state. So use selector. Then we have import, also get products, not from the menu, but from the cart. So store, this one has cart product, okay. So constant cart equals to use selector, or we could have also pass the products as props from the parent container. So constant cart, and then let's build our div class name. Let's make it flex and display these items on flex column. So making sure the cart exists, and we have some products in the cart, so we map them. It would be product index and return. So we can also create a card where we would display these products, or we can reuse the card that we created for the menu, but just to make cart page look like different and not look the same as the menu page, let's create a new cart styles. So for that, so let's put div in here and create one and then import one. So new file, product summary cart dot JSX and export constant product summary. And in this card also what would be different is we're gonna add like a increment decrement option, so users can update the product of the quantity. So we pass in quantity of the product, and then return div class name. Let's make it flex with some padding on smaller screens, like smaller padding, border at the bottom, border bottom color would be gray, 200. So then on the left we are going to have the image, so product image as a class name, border gray 200, and we're gonna put this into like a rounded frame. Width would be full, and then that would be full on like smaller screens, but on larger screens it would be like 1/3. and placing the image here. So source would be product image URL, and alt tag, alt attribute would be product name. So next on we have product info. So class name, product info, and after the product info we're going to do product price. So product info, that would include product name and the description. So paragraph for the description, and adding class name where we're just gonna set the color of the text. Product. So here it would be price and the quantity actually. So Qt flex column items center, and justify center as well. So first one, let's do price. And product price followed by a $sign. So now for the quantity, we're also gonna have plus and minus buttons so users can update the quantity. So quantity flags. So first button, class name, just setting some padding, and so this would be disabled only if, let's say, user already pressed the decrement quantity and they got to 0. So we don't want quantity to go down to like negative. So if product that amount is less than equal to 0, then this would be disabled. As for on click, we're gonna here call the function to dispatch increment decrement quantities. So let's just console log decrement right now, finish building the UI, and then add the function. So, and then minus sign, and we will be doing same for the plus sign, just changing like the text inside the button and the function. So this is decrement actually. And in between these buttons, this is where we're gonna display our current quantity. So also class name P1, and this goes and product amount. Okay, so to be able to like dispatch our actions, let's import use dispatch in here. So constant dispatch use dispatch. And then at the top, we also need to import two functions. increment and decrement amounts. So we have these functions already created when we were setting up our Redux store. So that would be increment, and then decrement one. So this would be coming from the cart slice. So that's stores, cart slice. Okay, and then replace this console log with this function. So dispatch, and as you remember, we need to, this functions take in the product ID because they need to identify which product amount has been updated. So this decrement product amount, then product ID. And same thing for this one, just different function name, which would be increment. Okay, so now product summary card, let's import that in our product summary and map them out. So replacing this product summary card. Only thing we're passing here is just the product itself, and since this is something that's been mapped out, we also need to set unique keys to index in this case. And inside cart we did already have this imported, so let's go ahead. Okay, so we can see that this is being displayed here, except the image is not being displayed because I mistyped it again. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so we can see the image. Maybe let's add a little bit of padding to the right. So it does already have a padding. Let's add a margin to the image so it's not as... Oh no, that's the main like container class. Instead, I meant to add margin to the image. So maybe margin right and make it 2. Okay. So this one should not be disabled at all because they can increment, add as many products as they want. So product summary card, actually let's see, in product we do pass the whole payload and we take the ID from here. So here instead of product ID we can just do the full product or update that from the card slice, whichever your preference is. So yeah, now we can increment, we can decrement, we can't go below 0. Started and set up our Stripe integration. So for that we're gonna need a few modules, .env module. If you don't have already that added, they'll help us to save Stripe secret keys when you register on Stripe into env file and then use them on the server side. Afterwards, we're gonna add like a Stripe package that's actually like provided by Stripe. So we're gonna get our keys from our account and set up APIs so we can actually make payments from the client side. So let's begin with working on the backend first, since we need that to be able to connect to the client side. So as before, I was running a server using Node index.js, but as you know, every time I was making the change to the server, it was not reflecting the change. So I had to like Control-C quit and then start again. Instead, we already do have inside the server nodemon installed. If you don't have it, double check it. You can install by running npm install nodemon inside the server, like the folder. And then you run it by npx nodemon index.js. So that way, when now we make changes to the server, it's gonna automatically reload the server. Okay, and then let's add one more package as I mentioned. So cd into server, and in here npm install Stripe. And then if you don't already have Stripe account, navigate and create one. So now to set up Stripe, we're gonna need 3 variables. So these variables we're gonna save in .env file. So go ahead, create that file, and these 3 variables, and inside the empty strings, replace them with your own strings, and you should be able to get this from like the Stripe account. So what we have here we have the secret key and then the webhook key secret, because we would also need to set up a webhook. And for this one, this is React app. The name on Stripe would be perishable key. And I started this variable with React app. Reason being, we're just going to use that on client side. And to be able to use environment variables on client side, you do need them to be starting with this React app. So let's see where you can get the Stripe keys. Initially, when you sign up for Stripe, it will give you like a test keys. So it will not actually process the payments or anything if you call those APIs, but please do not share your keys with anyone. That's why I don't have my keys displayed here. So once you navigate to dashboard.com/Stripe API keys, so this is the URL. You'd have to sign in or like create an account. If you have one, you'd see this perishable key, which would be what we put in here. And you'd also see the secret key. Now that we know how to get our secret key and perishable key, as for the webhook secret, the way I got this was on like the webhooks quick start. They have an interactive webhook builder, and we don't have to like actually follow the builder, but it does give us this, like if you were logged in, you would see your actual key in here. And webhook keys always start with VHSEC. That's how you know that it's like an actual webhook key. And so it would give you this here, and then you'd copy the value inside the strings and then paste it in here and then save it. Let's set up our endpoints for the payment in server index.js. First, we need to be able to have access to the environment variables that we just created. So we can do constant env equals to require, and that happens using the .env module. So we're gonna require that module, and that config, and then pass the path of where the envs are stored. So path, and this would be in outside of server, so going back one folder up, .env, and the name of the file. We also need to import like the Stripe module, so doing that right now, require Stripe, and we have to configure so it picks up the environment variables from our .env file. So process.env is how we access them, and then the name of the variable was Stripe secret key is the one we'll be using here. So to set up a payment at endpoint, we need to do 2 things. First thing that we have to do is set up a webhook, so we can subscribe to the events from the Stripe. So I'm just gonna paste configuration that's gonna head like this will listen to if the original URL starts with the webhook, then it would accept, it would like verify it. And then in terms of like setting up the webhook itself, we're gonna make a post request, and for the URL we're gonna set it as like dash webhook. And then this configuration, you can also, this is pretty like standard, and you can also find it on like Stripe documentation. So I'm just using there, and then based on if the payment intent was succeeded or not, then you can console log like the outcome. So now the step that we have to do to actually like process the payments is make another URL for like a post request. So this would be, let's do that at the end. So app.post, the URL will be create payment intent, and then passing the function that takes in request result. So try and catch. So if there's any errors, we're gonna send back status 400, and in the JSON as an error we'll set message as error message. And first here we collect the items that would be coming from request body. So we're gonna pass order items, also shipping address and user ID. We don't have the user ID yet, so this will set up after we set up authentication. And afterwards, we have to calculate like the total price. So let's create a function that's gonna calculate like total price for us given the items. So we can have a function, I guess, above it somewhere here, constant calculate order amount. This equals to order items. So initial value equals to 0, and then constant items price equals, we're gonna use reduce to just, you know, at the end get the sum of the items. So previous value, setting current value, and here we're gonna sum up. So previous one plus current price times the amount, and then initial value. So at the end, what we're gonna return is this price times 100, because Stripe actually accepts payments in like the smallest decimal of the currency you're using. So if like the price is, something is $5, then you have to pass total price as 500, so in cents basically. So let's copy this function name and use that in here. So total price is calculate order amount, then order items. And let's create payment intent. So constant payment intent equals await Stripe object payment intents create, and as an amount we can pass total price, currency. I'm gonna do USD for now, but this could be customized to anything. And afterwards, so in here we're gonna also like create order and store it in the database. But as you know, if we store new types of items in the database, we first have to create the schema collection, add them to the collection. So this we're going to implement afterwards. And then for the results, so result send, once we get the payment intake created, we're going to send back the client secret. And then confirm once again that payment has been sent. So client secret. Okay, and then so because for now we don't have order items, we can pass them once we like make a request from the client side. But for now, let's temporarily set, just to test it on the Postman, this variables instead. So constant total price, let's set it to 100 to make sure that the Stripe integration works. So let's just test our Stripe integration, sending request. We got back the client secret. So now that we know that that is working, let's create order model and add order details like address in the database. So if this is just an online purchase, like a digital that does not require the address delivery, then you can just leave out creating the order and saving details. You can just process, Stripe payments, call this API, pass the price, and that's it. But yeah. So as usual, we're gonna create models inside models folder. So new file, order model.js. Similar manner, at the top we're gonna import mongoose and create schema. So I already do have the schema for the order created, and I'm just gonna paste it in because it is just like a lot of fields, but we can go over them, and the user would be the next schema that we will create. So once we do order, we capture the order items, and then this references to the product schema. This is the reference, so product schema and model that we already created. So if you want to nest like two collections within each other, this is shipping address. This will come from the address form. So payment method, this will be, we'll just pass this as card. Payment result, we can pass this extra information for now. Our tax price and shipping price, I set that at 0, so total price is placed. And then later on, let's say if you have an admin panel or something, is delivered is important information to have, also delivered at. And finally we extract this like model, and we'll import that into server index.js file. But like, let's also first create a user model. So in user model, we are going to have user model.js. So this is how it would look like. We would just capture the name and the email of the user. So now going back to index.js, and at the top where we have imports, let's also import order. And inside here we can start creating new order. So in this case we would actually need to pass these items to the API, but we will pass them. So constant order, only thing that we would not pass would be like the user ID, so we would leave that now for now until we set up authentication. So new order and setting the field, so directly passing order items, also shipping address. So payment method, this, since we're inside the Stripe payment API, we're just gonna set that to Stripe. Total price, tax price, which I'm gonna set that to 0. So same thing for the shipping price. So we have total price and user. Let's leave that null for now. And next thing we have to do, so insert this actually into DB. So order.save. Okay, that would be it for our API. Now let's set up a client Stripe on the client side. It does have React libraries that we are going to use. So just copying in here, and in the documentation, it shows how you can use their libraries and elements. So basically, you take the element, wrap your form inside the element, and make this call to load the Stripe. And then once the Stripe makes a connection, you can load the element. Okay, so this goes, so we're done with the backend side of Stripe. So I think instead of, because it says, this for our server, instead of import, sorry, I forgot to use, can make import statements here. So constant mongoose and then equals require mongoose. And let's do the same thing for user model. Oh, we do have that on user model. Okay, yeah, so okay, so index.js. Import. Okay, so we did update that. Did I? Oh, I didn't save it. Okay. Okay, now it's good. Alright, now we're done with the backend side, so let's close them out. And for the client side, the modules that I copy, I'm gonna go in the root directory and, oh, not this one, from the Stripe. So here, copy and paste them in. And going to, while that's loading, going to our payment form. Let's see if I have that created. If not, then let's create it. So payment. And this, like the Stripe library for React, is pretty convenient because it already comes with like a built-in form to pass like card number and etc. So let's do constant payment form. So we want to create the form, and for some styling, so on medium, this would be 2/3. Margin auto, some padding, and padding top 1. ID equals payment form. On submit, we're gonna create that. So first let's do add a label. So HTML4 would be card element. And some styling, class name, larger text for the label, medium-sized screens and larger text center, something that says please enter your card details. So now at the top, let's import the elements that we need for Stripe. So that would be card element that would display the card. Then we have use elements that would be like a wrapper, use Stripe that's like setup Stripe hook, and elements. We also need to have this function load Stripe, but that is coming from the other Stripe module, and creating Stripe promise. So constant Stripe promise, this would be load Stripe, and then we pass on the environment variable for publishable key that we created inside our .env file. So react app Stripe, no, publishable .key. And we need to take this form if we want to display card element in it and put it in the elements wrapper. So let's name this just Stripe wrapper. Return elements Stripe equals Stripe promise. And then payment for would go on here, and then when we export in the elements, we would use like the payment form with the Stripe wrapper. So payment form. So now we'll be able to display card element inside. So let's just put it in a div container and add some margin. Card element ID equals, just let's set to card element. Let's add this payment form to our actual card page. So that would be in here. Did I export? Oh, that's the Stripe wrapper. So pages, components, payment form. So sometimes payment form is not showing up, but sometimes when we add environment variables, we might need to restart the app, otherwise it might not be picking up. So let's do that. I think I'm running the app in this terminal, so Control C, npm start, reload, add the item, come here. Okay, so now we get the form. Let's now add handle submit. So for handle submit, we need information to get from like Redux store, for example, the address and the items in the cart. So that's why at the top, I'm also going to import useSelector and useDispatch. And some of the functions like clear cart, because we want to do that after we submit payment, also get products cards to pass the items to our API. And same thing for the address. Let's do get address and clear address. And one more thing, we're gonna navigate off to a different page once this payment has been submitted. So for that, let's use navigate from React Router DOM. And use state. This will hold state, for example, like loading while our payment is loading, and also use effect, this from React. So now creating all our states here, constant loading, set loading. Initially that's false. So error, set, error, this is also set to null. So dispatch, to run the dispatch. Then we need our cart, so use selector get products cart. Same thing for the address with its respective, selector. Navigate function, that is use navigate. Also elements from like Stripe. And the Stripe object itself, use Stripe. Okay, so for the constant handle submit, this would be an asynchronous function taking the event. First thing we want to make sure is we say event prevent default, so we're gonna prevent the page from reloading. So prevent default. So now let's check if Stripe hasn't been already set up, or we don't have access to either elements or the products in the cart, then we don't want to process the payment. Same for the address. But if that's not the case, we're gonna set loading to true and start making API calls. So try. So we're gonna make a call to our payment intent API route that we defined, and it's gonna send back error and client secret error if there's any errors. So constant error, and this error we're gonna name it backend error, because afterwards that we send the request get back the client secret, we want to check one more time using the client secret to confirm the payment. So that would be also error, but it will change the name using alias. So backend error and then client secret equals await fetch and our URL. So we define what kind of request is this. So post request, then set the headers. So content type is application JSON. And then body JSON.stringify. So payment method type, this would be card. Currency, I don't think we're passing the currency, just the order items. That would be card products and shipping address. So for user ID, we're setting this to null, and then we're gonna use that when we set up authentication once again. Address. Shipping address would be the address coming from the state redux. So once we would fetch and then result, that would be JSON. And now let's confirm that payment was actually processed. So error, but this, in this case, we're gonna say this is a Stripe error, so we don't have two variables, so both named the error, and we can identify which is which. Payment intent, that would also be coming back from here. So await, and this is where we use the Stripe module. So Stripe confirm payment. So we pass in first the client secret, and then the payment method. That would be card, and elements, get element, and the card. So if any of the errors are true, then we would set the error. So if backend error or Stripe set error to whichever is available. Else if it succeeded, so payment, the way we can check if it succeeded is get the payment status and see if it equals to succeeded. Then we want to clear our information. So dispatch clear address. Also dispatch clear cart. And navigate to different page. So in here we're gonna create like a payment success page, just a simple page that shows that your payment has been processed successfully. But first let's close this with the catch statement and error, then console log. Oops. Error. Set loading. Okay, it's here. So we have handle function. Let's create the payment success page. So pages, new folder, payment success. Oh, I already did have create a payment success. Okay, so then I'm just gonna, that's easier. I'm just gonna modify it. So here I want to display like an alert that or if it is like successful, then the success color usually green, so that would be green alert. But just because this alert could be a reusable component, so we can also create it as a separate component. So your payment was successful, but let's in the elements comments create a new file for the alert JSX, and create like customizable, as in like have different variables. Two of them that I would use is like success and danger. So to have that class is easily customizable, importing CLSX, declaring function get class name. So this is gonna take class name and return like default classes. So CX. So by default we want flex. What else? Rounded, large, some padding, and text small. The rest of them would be whatever is being passed. So now our two variants, constant variance, success, background, I'll use green 100, and then text green 700. Danger, background red 100, text also red 700. Constant alert equals to taking in the children, class name, and by default also a variant to success, but we can also have like a separate variant named default and pass whatever styling or colors we want there. So success, returning in here div with a class name that would use variant get class name. So for SVG I'm gonna put like a exclamation mark, which for the code of that I'm just gonna paste it in. So this SVG, just the path, and then what I updated was fill to be the current color, also width, height to be set to 5 and inline display. So after that we want another div to display the children. Okay, so if we go to payment success now and then import, not here, at the top import our alert. So how did I export? Okay, I didn't do export constant, so export. And then let's wrap this text into our alert. So and variant out passing as success. And let's also, instead of this class, have like set maximum width to LG, center it, and set some padding. Oh, so instead of, I have a typo here in the alert. So instead of, where is it, green, I put green. What is this? Okay, so this is what we're going to see. Now going back to our payment form, in navigate here we can actually indicate the page that we just updated, so payment success. And finally, when this is all done, we can set loading to false. So this submit function we created, but we also do need to pass it in here. So on submit, handle submit. And let's add the button. I'm gonna import one at the top. I think it's a default actually. Import, yeah. Div class name, flags justify center, some padding, and button type equals to submit. So it would be disabled while payment is processing. So disabled equals loading. And also we need extra logic here. So if it is loading currently, we're gonna display text as loading. And if it's done, we can say pay now, or like before it starts loading. So in the payments form, inside the cart slice, we keep using the wrong name for this, cart products. Okay. And just because cart products returns the products of the cart, we don't need to check products again. We can just say length. And in here, we're just gonna directly pass the card. So now quickly going over the implementation to make sure we got everything right before we tested. So we set the loading, we make a request, we fetch a client secret. In here we pass user ID, payment method, order item, shipping address. Only thing is that user ID is empty. So when we implement authentication, we're gonna have access to user ID. But before then, it will be empty. But if in the order model we have it indicated as required, which is what I'm gonna check now, then we won't be able to save the order. So required is false. Okay, then we should be fine. Then we pass this client secret to await Stripe confirm. This actually should be confirm card payment since we're making payment using card. Okay, and since we don't have user ID for now, let's go to where we define this make API call, and instead of passing empty user, let's keep saving the order and add it back once we have the user. Now let's test our implementation. So going back to our app. So for the testing in terms of card numbers, we're gonna use this testing card numbers provided by Stripe. So there are several options. The one that I use is this 4242's card number, and as for the date and the security code, you can just use like any number. So let's add this to the cart, go to the cart. Yeah, we have to add like a next button here. But if we move to delivery, put some numbers in, move on to the next page and paste the card number. So just one thing when setting the date to make sure of is to set the date sometime in the future. So 11/23, see if it could be anything. Same for zip, at least should be, I think, minimum 5-digit numbers. So pay now, it's loading, and yeah, the payment was successful. Next button, it was on the card summary page. I believe that it was missing, so let's go to the card page itself. Oh yeah, product summary. So we can paste what we have in like the address form. So that was this one. And put it in here. Yeah, let's go back and see if it shows up. Okay, so here we have, and for the only thing, the path should be, so on click, this is not submit, this is just on click, we're gonna call that tab switch function. So it's handle tab switch and pass on. So the next tab is delivery, so we're gonna indicate that path. Okay, great. Of making this fields require, you can pick whichever fields you want it to be required, but I'll show you how you can do it. And since we're using like the React hook form, it's very simple to set a field as required. So we just have to pass and this will show you also like other things you can do with the app, so with your forms. So let's see, yeah. So inside the register, we set required to true. It's as simple as that. Yeah, so let's do, for example, for address. And let's check if if we don't indicate the address, would it let us? Okay. I'm gonna reload the page, add to the cart, next. Oh, I have not saved, okay. So it doesn't let me move on to the next page, but we also need to add indicator for the users that this is required. And the way we can do that is first from this use form hook, we can get the errors if there's any, and then display that error if it's about like the required state. So form errors. And then the errors for each field would be saved. For example, for address, it would be errors.address, etc. And then below input, we put this conditional statement that says if there's any errors related to address required, then display this span. This field is required. And class name, let's make text red. Oh, so this would be just the address. So okay, here we got this field is required. Now let's add a footer to our home page, and then we will move on to the final part, which is authentication. That would include setting up login, sign up pages, registering users functionality, and saving the users in the database, and also adding them to the order numbers when they make a purchase. So for the footer, remember that we wanted to display on every page, but we don't want to actually manually add on the pages. That's why we're gonna go to navigation and add it like below this routes. But first let's create the component. So new file, footer.jsx. Paste the code that I have here. So most of the code here is just for the styling, and this is links to the pages, which are actually don't go like these links are not actual links, but like if you wanted to, you can create pages, or you can refer to like, let's say menu for example, or etc. And at the end we have this like, you know, all rights reserved text that usually all the footers have. The colors are like, background is gray, so we're using grid because we have multiple columns, so easily you can add columns just like, you know, replicating what's in each like single one of them, followed with their titles, h2, and their links in our unordered list. So let's save that, and where we had our navigation open, import it in here. And add below. And let's see how it looks like. So here it is. Move on to authentication, and first thing you would have to do is to create like a Firebase project. So once you navigate to Firebase website, and if you already have it enabled, if you have like Google account, you can enable it. So in there you'll get add project option, and then after add project you're gonna select, it would give you like 3 options, and since this is a web, you're gonna select web project, and it would give you once towards the end it would give you this configuration file. So you would copy all the keys in here, because we're gonna use that and put it into our Firebase config file that we're gonna create after. And once you're done with creating a project, you're gonna go into the project. It's gonna look something like this, and on the left side, on the side menu, it's gonna have authentication tab, and for the users you're gonna enable, in this example there's a Google one enabled, but we're just gonna use email and password, so you would enable that. Okay, so once you have your keys copied, let's move to the source code and create Firebase config file. So this config file is going to live inside our source folder. So let's go ahead, new file. So your keys, you're gonna paste them in Firebase config.js file, and this variables would be replaced by what was provided by Firebase, or you can also store your keys in process like the env file, the same way that I did it, and it would be the same way that we stored Stripe variables, so it's up to you. Now, as you can see at the top, to initialize the app, we need the Firebase module, so we're gonna install that. So let's do npm install Firebase. And also another module that I'm gonna use for like authentication when user signs up, to give them to show them that their account was created successfully, is react-toastify. So yeah, let's go ahead and install these two modules. Save this and start with creating a register page first, so we can register and then log in for the login. So going to pages, we already have register page created, so let's just modify it. So adding things that we're gonna need at the top first, that would be state, next one, this is a form, so once again we're gonna use form. And the button also importing the app for Firebase. So that would be from the config, so Firebase config. And there's two methods that we're gonna use, that's get auth and create user with email and password. And let's import use navigate also, so that once we register we are able to navigate to another page automatically. And for the toasts, we need to be able to display toasts, we need to have a toast container and the toast. Also, their styling file imported where we're using. So now all the functions that we would use, so this would be use navigate, then we are going to have constant register and handle submit from the use form hook. And the loading state, so when the account is being created, we display spinner, use state false. Now let's create the form and add our functions to it. So this is some styling for the form, so the height would be full screen, background black, flags, and then we're gonna center the form. So this is like a page container, and then for the form itself, we're gonna have another container. So in here we would have like make it rounded, set max width to a certain like a medium size, width would be full, otherwise Then also flags, display would be columns, and everything would be centered. As for the position, that's going to be relative. And let's also add, if we wanted to have like a gradient border, so that would be this div that would have absolute position, and since this is the parent, it would be absolute in terms of this. Okay, and then inside of it we'll have one more div before moving on to the form itself. So this also rounded Excel. Background black. Okay, so now let's put our form in there. So class name width equals full and spacing wise. And let's add h5 at the top that says register. Let's make this text maybe bigger, like 3XL. And then starting off with our first field. So this would be, I don't know why it's label HTML4 email, then class name blog text large, font medium, and text gray 200. Then this is, yeah, let's do actually name first. And the input, it's gonna have that register function to save the state of the input. So input name ID also equals to name. Type is text. And class name also blog appearance, full width with some paddings, and the border. Okay. So we have this one. Let's do the same for email and then password, just with modifying some of the fields. So In here, the type would also be email. Okay, so we have that and one more. Okay, and then final thing that's missing here is the button itself. So let's place that in the form. I'm gonna make size large, and then so display text conditionally. So if it's loading, then I'll say loading. If not, then register. And we'll add toast container. So it doesn't matter where in the UI toast container is added, because it's gonna show up where you like configure it to be. But yeah, you need this element for it to like in general like show up. So we have the state. Now we have to create this like handle submit button. So constant on submit. First thing, set loading, setting it to true. Then let's get the authentication instance that equals to get auth. UID, we're gonna fetch this once its user is created. So for now, setting it to empty string. So, and then using this function, creating actual like user. So we pass in authentication. We also need to pass in user's email. So data.email. And the password. Then check the response. So UID, we're gonna set UID to response user.uid. And one thing we'll also do is store the user ID in session, because not only we need user on the login page, but also in the header and throughout the application, whether or not user is logged in. So let's do session storage, set item, and this would be user ID, and then pass UID. We'll also store the auth token. So that would be response, token response, and then refresh token. And we want also to dispatch event that would be the storage event, just because any listeners in other components that we would have set up, we want them to get updated. So that would be dispatch source. Okay, so and now in case we have an error, this would be so one type of error that we're gonna check is if the user already exists. So if error code equals to they have auth email already in use. So we're gonna throw the toast. So toast error, then description of the error. Okay, so once we have that, we also want to, even though the user would be stored in a Firebase database, we also want to store them in, user will be stored in Firebase Authentication, but so they would be able to log in, but we also want to store user in our MongoDB database. So for that, let's create API URL that's gonna give us that's gonna help us create and store the user. We do already have user model, so we just need to define routes and then import those routes in main, like the server index.js file. So going here, creating new router. And pasting some of the imports that we need to make, also the user model. So router get, we'll just create one. Actually, this would be post. And create user asynchronous request result. So let's see, constant user. Then we're gonna build new user object using the model and using the fields that will be passed to our via request. So name would be request dot body name. Then we have an email, and we are not storing the password because password is going to be handled by Firebase. We will store the ID that would be coming from the Firebase, so we can easily identify the user and look them up using this unique, like ID serves kind of like as a foreign key in MongoDB. So then let's do save error user. So if, why is this? Oh, because I have a dot here. So actually don't need to make this. I think so. If error, then dot status 400 and else. Let's send back the data and export this. Now going back to the index server file. Same way we have defined like product routes. Let's first import user router, so constant user router. And let's add a similar, also following the API route. So now in index we can make an API call and fetch I'm gonna close this out. Fetch, and actually we need to define this somewhere, like common variable, this like our API path, so we can easily reuse it. So method would be post headers content type application JSON. So then the body, so that would, we're gonna stringify. So the variables that we mentioned that we need, so data.email, then we have name and ID. This would be UID coming back from the Firebase. So we have that, fetch, then check the response. So if response was successful, meaning if response status code was 200, then we're gonna set loading to false and navigate to just like a main page. Otherwise, let's console log the response and catch if there's any errors on the way. So once again, set loading false because it already tried to create, didn't work out, and console log. Loading false and navigate in between navigating new page. Let's also throw the toast that the account has been created successfully. Now let's also do a login page. It would be very similar except for the functions and the fields. So let's open this, open to the side. I'm gonna close this. So I'll just copy this and then modify it accordingly. So this is login. And starting at the top, so instead of create user with email and password, we would need sign in. Sign in with your email and password. Okay. So then for the fields, let's see, we only need email and password fields. So And let's change the label in here as well, so we don't need name again. And form also on submit, we haven't passed this here, so let's do that. On submit equals handle submit. And doing the same for this, we're just gonna update the submit function. So let's go to that function. So set loading true. UID, we also want to set that. So sign in here. With email and password. So authentication, data email, data password, that remains the same. Set then response. Okay, so yeah, the difference is that we don't need to fetch this create user. So whatever happens in here, we're gonna put this if this is like case this is successful, and instead of account creation, account created, so we can say successful login, or not show toast at all. Once again, navigate remains the same, and yeah, I think that's about it. Oh, and the error handling, we're gonna update that as well. So let's remove this fetch. So we're gonna handle two cases. One would be wrong password. And another one is that we couldn't find the user. Okay, and then once again, if we get there, we need to set the loading to false. The login, this is a reminder that if you stored your Firebase keys in .env file, then you'd have to restart your React server. So I already did create an account, but this we already did set a path for this. So login and sign up page. And I'm going to be logging in. So there's two ways you can check if the setup is correct. One is to go to Firebase Auth. Actually, you should do both steps. So one would be to go to Firebase Auth and see if you have in the users list, if you see the user. And another one is in MongoDB Compass, when we are adding also when the user gets created in Firebase, we're adding user here. If you don't have users collection, go ahead, create it by pressing this, create collection, name it users. And that should be it. Now let's update the header. So if user is logged in, they see logout button here. If they're not, they see that two options. So, okay, so we do have links. We are gonna need use navigate for the logout button. So use navigate, and we actually need the button component itself. So from elements button. and initiating the navigate here. Also, let's store if user is logged in or not inside state. So import, and we'll also need use effect because we want to listen to our session storage if the user is still there from once we set when they were logging in or registering. So constant is logged in, set is logged in equals to use. So by default this is false, and let's do a function that's gonna handle logout. So in here we want to make sure that once user is logging out, we remove the data from session storage. So remove item auth token and also the user ID. And if we are on some cart or information page like checkout, we're just gonna navigate back to the home page. Now let's create use effect that's gonna listen to changes to the session storage. So constant, we want to call this check auth token function. Constant token equals session storage dot get item auth token. So if token is set, then we're gonna set is logged into true. Else it's false. And let's add event listener that's gonna listen to the storage and also fire this function if anything changes. And once we once the component gets removed, we also want to remove that event listener. So window remove event listener, and it would be this one. Okay, so now we have the functions and use effect and listeners in place. Let's update the UI to be displayed based if user is logged in or not. So what we would change is the login and register here. So let's say is logged in, then display button that on click, it's gonna log user out. And let's say log out. So, and if that's not the case, then we will show the other links to like login or sign up. God. So in the header, we are checking if the token exists. I just want to check the name of the token, the way we set it. So it's, yeah, because it's case sensitive. So yeah, if we have a capital letter here, it's not gonna recognize it. So let's see. Okay, so we can see that it's working. This got updated, and I can press logout now. That navigates back to this page. Okay. Oh, and then remove item, we should have token here again. So log in, and then log out. Oh yeah, once we remove the item, we can also set either set is logged in to false or remove the session, dispatch the session event. So we can actually do this. Okay, now we're logged out, and header recognized that we're logged out. So much for watching. Hope this tutorial was helpful for you. If you have any questions, please feel free to put your questions down in the comments or join my Discord server. And I'll see you in the next one. I have more full stack project tutorials coming up, so please make sure to subscribe.